Let me just start by saying that we, as the University of Limpopo, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo, Professor M. Mokhalong, we appreciate you supporting this good initiative. That is the challenge as we celebrate our 65th birthday as a university. So the purpose really is for us to celebrate the university and also to support a good cause, that is students living with disabilities.
We are doing one thing that will allow the university to be number one in the country. Because when it comes to attracting learners with disabilities, we are the undisputed number one.
What's your reflection when you look back at this institution on its 65th birthday?
Yeah, maybe I should start by saying that first I was a student of the university those many years ago, and the Mankweng community, or the location as it was known then, was really a very small size township, as we used to refer to it. And then I came back then as a lecturer in 1996. And at that stage, you could see that the Mankweng community was growing, and the university was really behind the inspiration for that kind of growth. At that stage, we knew quite a number of lecturers and staff members were residing in Mankweng, and it was really one of those top places. Then fast forward, I think we can characterize it as an exponential growth of the community, and with now the student population having crossed 20,000, we started seeing the thriving business of student accommodation in both Mankweng, in Mamdindani, in Bamakanya. There is no longer now a demarcation. All of them are now being equalized due to that kind of demand. And I often argue and say, if we can only appreciate the economic growth that the university has inspired in this area. In some other platforms, I will talk of the Polokwane East being one of the areas that is really growing economically, and I will say again exponentially. And at some stage, 10 years ago, one wouldn't have thought there would be a skyscraper in Mamdinda. Ablution was just that small village. Mankweng is definitely going towards becoming a city. It is so obvious. So we need to treat it that way. We need to appreciate the turnover that is there in Mankweng. I mean, it runs into millions currently. It's even getting better than what used to be the town center of Polokwane. And it's attractive, we see everything. And normally I challenge students and go to the top floor of admin and say, let's look around, just see the massive place it has become. And this is brilliant. The university has really inspired this, and we should appreciate it. So university at 65 has given birth to a city. I often say we are a university, an African university in Africa, teaching African students. That is very significant. The concept of Malome, now that you are saying that, this concept also is one of those things that came through, and because to me, students are equal and I love them all. So the equalizer was Malome. And Malome did not just say Motogolo. The concept allowed students to engage with me in a different way. They could trust me, they could open up to me, and I could guide them. It doesn't matter which student formation they are coming from. They all come to Malome's office. Sometimes when they are stressed, they just come to Malome, we just want to come and rest, which is very important. That's Africanness. That's the power of the African concept. That's what they do. Now, I want to really wish our university their happiest of time. 65, in terms of our human beings, is supposed to be the retirement age in terms of the Western knowledge. But in terms of our African knowledge, this is where the wisdom is really brewed. And we're getting in that era where it is the wisdom that drives us. This university has matured. This university must continue to inspire the city of Mankweng, continue to inspire the city in Limpopo. And I can tell you, if there is ever going to be a digital city in Limpopo, it is going to be Mankweng City.
But then let me just start by saying that we, as the University of Limpopo, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo, Professor Mokhalong, we appreciate you supporting this good initiative. That is the challenge as we celebrate our 65th birthday as a university. So the purpose really is for us to celebrate the university and also to support a good cause, that is students living with disabilities.
We are doing one thing that will allow the university to be number one in the country. Because when it comes to attracting learners with disabilities, we are the undisputed number one.
But let me just start by saying that we, as the University of Limpopo, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo, Professor M. Mokhalong, we appreciate you supporting this good, initiative. That is the challenge as we celebrate our 65th birthday as a university. So the purpose really is for us to celebrate the university and also to support a good cause, that is students living with disabilities.
We are doing one thing that will allow the university to be number one in the country. Because when it comes to attracting learners with disabilities, we are the undisputed number one.
What's your reflection when you look back at this institution on its 65th birthday?
Yeah, maybe I should start by saying that first I was a student of the university those many years ago, and the Mangweng community, or the location as it was known then, was really a very small size township, as we used to refer to it. And then I came back then as a lecturer in 1996. And at that stage, you could see that the Mangweng community was growing, and the university was really behind the inspiration for that kind of growth. At that stage, we knew quite a number of lecturers and staff members were residing in Mangweng, and it was really one of those top places. Then fast forward, I think we can characterize it as an exponential growth of the community, and with now the student population having crossed 20,000, we started seeing the thriving business of student accommodation in both Mankweng, in Mamtindani, in Bamaganya. There is no longer now a demarcation. All of them are now being equalized due to that kind of demand. And I often argue and say, if we can only appreciate the economic growth that the university has inspired in this area. In some other platforms, I will talk of the Polokwane East being one of the areas that is really growing economically, and I will say again exponentially. And at some stage, 10 years ago, one wouldn't have thought there would be a skyscraper in Mamtinda. Doctoral was just that small village. Mankweng is definitely going towards becoming a city. It is so obvious. So we need to treat it that way. We need to appreciate the turnover that is there in Mankweng. I mean, it runs into millions currently. It's even getting better than what used to be the town center of Polokwane. And it's attractive, we see everything. And normally I challenge students and go to the top floor of admin and say, let's look around, just see the massive place it has become. And this is brilliant. The university has really inspired this, and we should appreciate it. So university at 65 has given birth to a city. I often say we are a university, an African university in Africa, teaching African students. That is very significant. The concept of Malome, now that you are saying that, this concept also is one of those things that came through, and because to me, students are equal and I love them all. So the equalizer was Malome. And Malome did not just say Motogolo. The concept allowed students to engage with me in a different way. They could trust me, they could open up to me, and I could guide them. It doesn't matter which student formation they are coming from, they all come to Malome's office. Sometimes when they are stressed, they just come to Malome, we just want to come and rest, which is very important. That's Africanness. That's the power of the African concept. That's what they do. Now, I want to really wish our university their happiest of time. 65, in terms of our human beings, is supposed to be the retirement age in terms of the Western knowledge. But in terms of our African knowledge, this is where the wisdom is really brewed. And we're getting in that era where it is the wisdom that drives us. This university has matured. This university must continue to inspire the city of Mankweng, continue to inspire the city in Limpopo. And I can tell you, if there is ever going to be a digital city in Limpopo, it is going to be Mankweng City.
But let me just start by saying that we, as the University of Limpopo, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo, Professor Mokhalong, we appreciate you supporting this good initiative. That is the challenge as we celebrate our 65th birthday as a university. So the purpose really is for us to celebrate the university and also to support a good cause, that is students living with disabilities.
We are doing one thing that will allow the university to be number one in the country. Because when it comes to attracting learners with disabilities, we are the undisputed number one.
Sanbonani. May we please settle down? Graduates, I know you are still taking it to your seats. May you kindly do that silently. Choir, I know you are going to make some rearrangements. Please let's do so quietly as well. And my valued guests who are getting into the hall, who are getting settled, seated, humbly please let's do that quietly. There are still people who are talking loudly. If I can hear you from this point, it means you are loud. And then my ushers who are handling guests this side, please also let's assist one another to be quick. We don't have much time. And then I'll also ask Gordon Harris to be on standby so that as soon as we start, I'm going to invite, all right, great. The noise. And Tatel Khanyan. Lelenan Tushe Mo, I see you are next to the graduates there. You'll be my gatekeeper there. All right. Mine here is very simple. I'm not going to take much of time, but it's here to give announcements before we start with our program. And these are very important announcements. Let's please pay attention. So today is day number 6 of our autumn graduation ceremonies. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the University of Limpopo graduations. We are on session number 11 of 13 sessions that we are going to host for this autumn. And we congratulate you for making it this far. May we please be quiet. Security. I think we are forced to have them quiet. If anyone is talking, please assist them to leave the hall, because I cannot have an audience that does not listen. It becomes a challenge, because when the procession starts, you are going to do the very same things I'm about to tell you how the procession will unfold. If I have to repeat 5 times, 10 times, it's a very bad thing to do. Please, batswadi, ke kgopela re homoleng. Re tlhompheng programo e kgone go tswela pele, because the minute I feel you are not listening to what I'm saying, it means that's what you are going to do during the program. And believe you me, we can't afford to have that. Please, let's be quiet. Ushers, if you are ushering and people are making noise and you are ushering them, please assist so that they sit quietly, and then we continue with the announcement. Aga, thank you very much. Ke a leboga. All right, tsebišo ya mathomo re kgopela go bea megala ya rena on a silent mode. Re kgopela difounu tša rena di lele ka sephiring. Ge ba ke di lla thekeng, di name di felele le gona mo lethekeng. Batswadi ba ka, ke a tseba go na le engwe ya go tshwana le ya ka ya sepodipodi mo ke a e šomiša. O no rubile silent kganthe no. E tlo lla inontšha battery ge o sa kgone go bea silent. Re tano re lighter ge e tšhaile. Goba o no kgota yela o tsebang gore o tropa ka yona wa itobeletša. o ta no bona phone e re le swiswi e re na melo tso rawo e silent ka gore o ka tla wa tšhaba go tlo e ntšhagella wa re ene ba boletše ba re e skalla nna ke dio e lesa wa hwetša e rasa even more. And please note that we are not allowed to take videos or photographs during the procession, even now. So from this point, as I announce, please, let's not take photographs, let's not take videos in the hall. The only people permitted to do so are the official photographers who are going to take each and every graduate as they straddle across the stage. Ke ba Gordon Harris Photographic, who are going to demonstrate how you are supposed to conduct your good selves, our graduates. I know, ladies, you have practiced your high heel movements, and I pray that it cooperates with you. So Gordon Harris will at least assist so that you know how you are going to move when you come to the stage, and you can continue where you left your rehearsal from. So I'm going to invite Wayne and Raphael. Please pay attention to the demonstration. It's very important. And some of the information they are going to communicate to you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. If I may have your attention for a few minutes, we would want to demonstrate how you walk on stage this morning. Very important, when you come to stage here, you bring three things with you. The first is your hood or belt that should be draped over your left arm. The second is your name card you were given by the institution. The third is a yellow card like this that we gave you and asked you to complete. Please make sure that this yellow card is completed and that you bring it with when you come to stage. Someone will then collect these yellow cards from you just before you ascend the stage. You will be asked to stand up row by row. Then you're going to queue on the side here when you come to stage one by one. Now, next to the podium, there's a black mat stuck on the floor. This is your marker. You are meant to stand on this carpet. So please do not stand past the carpet or way before it, otherwise you'll be cut out of the photograph. You will then hand your name card to the dean, who will then announce your name and read your importance. But please look at that camera and wait for the flash. Once your photograph has been taken, you then move to the middle of the stage where the Chancellor or the Vice Chancellor will be waiting for you. You are expected to kneel on that bench. That's where your qualification will be conferred. So please kneel on that bench. Please note, this is a kneeling bench, so please do not sit on a kneeling bench. Once your qualification has been conferred, then you move further down where the registrar will be waiting for you. You hand him or her your belt, you turn and stand in front of him. The registrar will then drape the hood over you. As the hood comes past your face, we then take a second photograph of you from the camera situated here in the audience. Please note, the registrar is standing on a raised platform. He has draped hoods over a long period of time. He should be able to drape those hoods over you without any difficulties. So please do not squash down or look down or bend down as a way of assisting the registrar. Rather, stand up nice and straight, look into your loved ones, pretend you are happy. That way you are assured of a good photograph. From there, then you leave the stage. Ladies with high heels, please be careful as you go down the steps. There you will then receive your certificate, where you then move further down, where we'll take to those umbrellas, where we'll take a third head and shoulder portrait of you. Now, this is important. Please note, we photograph each and every person walking on the stage this morning. However, should you want these photographs, you can order them from us after the graduation ceremony. We are situated outside there in front of this auditorium. We also have got quite a number of studios set up in the foyer. That is the main entrance to this auditorium for any extra photographs that you might require with your family and friends. And then as a last thing, should you not have a yellow card like this, please raise your hand someone will then come and assist you. Thank you so much and enjoy your graduation ceremony.
Yes, you can appreciate him. So, re dumeletše go betha megolokwane go phaphata matsogo melodi mapatata, the way you best know how to celebrate. When a speaker finishes, you can appreciate them. Le tsebe gore le amogetše to do so. Mohlomongwe ke loutše mantšwa lena ka gore ge be le tsena mo gona le be le petlile. A re kwe megolokwane e kae basadi? Megolokwane, melodi, melodi, melodi. Wele, 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 wele. Aha, ke lenyaka le le so, we make noise, rabatakhalela, when we are supposed to do so that we may continue. And then, yengwe ke gore, we are not allowed to eat in the hall. Please, there are those who prefer a gum. O hwetša gore ge e fedile go tanta, o e latlha kwa re taba ntshwariša talantwe. A e latlhela mo fase ra bina ra iketeka, ya tsenelela ka mogare ga carpet. Go ba very difficult to clean because we have many sessions, so our time to clean is very limited. Please do not throw to the floor any waste. Renale enough dustbins where when you go out, you can be able to throw in those dustbins. Let me also tell you about our ablution facilities. So for Batswadi, Milogolo Metswalle, Mo Morago, we have doors at the back there. They are manned by security personnel. They are manned by ushers. Please feel free to talk to them if you need assistance. You need to access those doors. And then for our graduates, please, this block, please use the facilities immediately when you exit this door. That's where you'll find your ablution facilities. And for the guests and graduates on that block, on the west wing, we have other facilities to that side. You will see an exit point there. You may use those facilities. And for our procession, on the stage, we have our facilities backstage. So kindly use the ones backstage. Dintlwana tša rena tša botshwela mare batswadi melokolo metswalle mabati a la kwa morago kwa le semaka le ga tswaletše la ga kanega re na le batlhankedi ba security ba tlo le thuša le tla ba bona ka di-reflectors tše di tala mo godimo go bona, and then the ushers le tla ba bona ba apere boso le tlo ba bona mo mabotong mo holo ka moka ba gona go le tlhankela if you need any assistance. In case of emergencies, we have our fire truck and ambulance outside on standby to assist should there be any need. So in terms of fire, the evacuation plan is that please remain seated where you are. Do not panic. If we need to evacuate, we are going to announce and indicate from which doors we are going to exit. And still, we will have our security personnel, we will have our medical services on standby to assist us to evacuate if we need to do so. So we have enough doors. The hall is oversupplied with doors, so we will certainly be able to exit the door should we need to exit in emergency basis. And our procession, for emergency, they will use backstage. We also do have a door that they can use. And ge batswadi le kwanke le phelo la gabotse even lena dialoga we kwanke you need medical assistance, please don't hesitate, don't say hai ke tla bona gore session e fela neng. I know ba bangwe they will need to take pills, ba bangwe go santse ba nwe metsi bja le jwalo. So please feel free if you feel like you need medical assistance. We have paramedics on standby, an ambulance, so they will be able to assist you. You can talk to any of the ushers or security personnel who are in green reflectors. Burahadi ke a tseba gore diretro tšona le letše le di-practice. Mara tše dingwe ke tše ditelele o ta hwetša motho a reta sese a rakgadi ya kokwa mmela ga papa o a mo reeletšego sa le re toga re koba ke maburu kae. Sereto sela sa se fele sa tšea nako e telele. But we are not restricting you to praise this beautiful graduates here. We are just saying, please try to keep it short. Gore ge ba latelana, even the next one, le ena ba kgone go mo tlhakela, ba kgone go mo reta, a kgone go kwa rakgadi ya ge le ena ko a ragege mamanye. Ge re ka no di keepa jaba very, very, very short. So this is how our procession is going to unfold. So ba etapele ba rena ba tlo tsena ba šomiša mojakola wa kwa godimo ge e le nako ya bona ya go tsena ke tlo le kgopela gore le emelele ge le emelela then choir ya rena tšatšing la lehono mesong ya lehono ke baithuti ba University ya Limpopo ke ditswerere ke dithaga sweet melodies ba tlo ba re entertainer throughout the program. St. Agnes Student Choir. So what's going to happen ke gore ba tlo re etela pele ka kosha ya rena ya dialoga ge baetapele ba rena ba tsena ba tlo tsena ke tlo le kgopela gore le ntši le emeletše go fitlhela ba fitlha mo sefaleng ge ba fitlhile mo Chancellor o tlo bula modiro o semmušo ge a fetša go bula modiro o semmušo le tlo bona ka bona le bona ba dula fase le lena re tlo le kgopela gore le dule fase ka ona motsotso o choir tono ba ntši ga re tšwela pele di buledi di tla mo di bolela re tlo ba le o a togo re amogela re tlo ba le moruti ge ba fetša go bolela le dumeletše goreng le ka ba tlhakela la ba phaphathela matsogo megolokwane mara le no re tsopo ge ntši ba re ba ya namile re dumelele gore wa go latela a tlo go bolela le ena a hwetše sebaka o se kwa hwetša re santše re tlhakela re sa tla re fetša le patata la mafelelo le sa re bubu a emetše lona a nyaka go bolela re no re tsopo motsotso a fitlha go mo a re ke a bolela e be le gore go re rile kgwatha re ikemišeditše go mo theeletša mo ba re botša dipotšišo ba nyaka re ba arabe le dumeletše goreng le ka ba araba. And then ge modiro o ya go batamela go ya mafelelong choir ya rena e tlo boa gape ya re ntšhetša kosha ya bosetšhaba Nkosi Sikeleli Afrika ke dumela gore le a itseba bontši bja lena le dumeletše gore le ka opela le bona ge re tla ba re opela kosha ya bosetšhaba se re tlo go se kgopela ke gore wona motsotso woo bjalo ka kosha ya setšhaba re itšea bjalo ka thapelo ya rena ya go tswalela choir ya rena St. Agnes e tlo boa gape ya re eta pele ka kosha ya bosetšhaba re tlo kgopela goreng re emeleleng gape ka moka ga rena le tlo ba bona baetapele ba rena mo le bona ba emelela le lena le emelele ka gore ke tlo ba ke sego mo ga ke tlo boa go tlo le kgopela gore emelelang go ba dulang fase so go botlhokwa gore le kgone go gopola ditsebišo tse. So when our procession files into the hall, I'm going to request all of us in response of procession to rise as the choir will lead us in the graduation song. We are going to remain standing until the procession reaches the stage. Once the procession is on the stage, then the Chancellor will constitute this congregation. And then that's when we are going to take it to our seats. The choir will keep entertaining us. You are welcome, more than welcome, to celebrate them when they finish their songs and so on and so forth. And then towards the end of the program, the choir will lead us in the national anthem, which I believe all of us here know the lyrics to that song. We are going to request you once more to take it to your feet as the choir leads us in the national anthem, sing along. And then after the national anthem, the Chancellor will dissolve this congregation. We are going to request you to remain standing after dissolution of the congregation, and the choir will again lead us in the graduation song to allow the procession to file out of the hall. And when the procession files out of the hall, by the time you will be graduates, after being kept, I'm going to request you, graduates, we will have the procession that sits in this middle block. Then once the ones on the stage, the last one leaves, Then the first row of the procession that is on this block, they will join the procession. After the procession on this block joins the procession from the stage, and then I'm going to request our PhD graduates to join the last of the procession from this block to file out of the hall. Then row by row, then we can join the procession as we file out of the hall. So you graduates, you are not going to exit the hall the same way you enter the hall. You are going to join procession as you leave the hall. And at that time, parents, I'm going to request you to remain where you are seated, standing. You will only exit the hall when the ushers and the security tell you that it is the time to do so. This also includes our esteemed guests. Our ushers will show when it's time to exit and also indicate from which doors we are going to file out of the hall. So at that moment, you will be singing, celebrating, appreciating them as they file out of this hall. Please note that our sessions are recorded live on our YouTube channel, and our hashtag for these graduations is hashtag ULGrad2024. Hashtag ULGrad2024. So grad is the short form of graduation. Please do take these celebrations beyond this hall. I know some of you are going to throw graduation parties, be it tomorrow, be it next week, be it next month, be it in December or next year, it's fine. The hashtag does not expire. So do take the University of Limpopo, because we want to share in these moments in your celebration. You are our pride and joy. And also those who are yet to follow or like the university, across all our social platforms, our handle is @ULVarsity. We are available on X, formerly Twitter. We are available on Instagram. We are available on TikTok. We are available on LinkedIn. And kitlo hopela gore from this point, batswadi ba ka, re limiting our movements, because the procession is ready. We are going to request you to limit the movements. Ridule moreleng gona re iketle, sit back, relax, enjoy the ceremony. Mudimu alitushi. Our procession is ready. Choir, may we all rise. Congratulations, enjoy, choir.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I constitute this gathering as a lawful congregation of the University of Limpopo.
Grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Scripture reading is Proverbs 3, verses 5 to 6. In Jesus' name it reads, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, submit to him, and he will make your path." O tla dira ditsela tša gago. Le ke lentswe la Modimo. Proverbs 3, verses 5 to 6, is a wisdom passage that encourages trust in God and acknowledges the limitation of human understanding. In a context of a university graduation ceremony, this passage offers guidance and encouragement to you graduates as you transit to the next stage of your lives. God has a plan for your lives. Graduation does not mean you now have all the answers. You are therefore encouraged to always submit to God's will, trusting that he will guide you and make your path straight. This passage is a warning to you and to me that if it was raining here at the university, out there where you are going is pouring, and it will never stop pouring. It will pour right through, and you will need God's kingdom to augment the human wisdom you got from the university. One bird which always display God's kingdom, God's wisdom, is eagle. Eagle is the only bird that flies towards the storm. All other birds fly away from the storm, and the storm catches with them and kills them. It's a God-given wisdom to the eagle. And the same wisdom is given to a swimmer. A swimmer faces the waves, and when they come, he goes up. Like an eagle enjoying, you see it right up there, enjoying in the storm. To navigate the next stage of your lives, this verse says you will have to seek God's guidance, stay humble and open, to trust God's sovereignty and pursue purpose and meaning. Let us pray. Dear God, we have gathered here today to celebrate the achievements of these graduates. We thank you for the gift of knowledge, wisdom, and perseverance that has brought them to this milestone. Bless them as they go forth into the world and guide them on their future path. Give them courage, confidence, and wisdom. Help them to use their talents and skills to make a positive impact in the world. Bless them with joy, peace, and prosperity. Lord Jesus, we also ask you to bless this ceremony and to make it a joyous and thanksgiving moment for the graduates, their parents, their relatives, and friends, for university leadership, administrative, and academic staff. Glory be to God. Amen.
Sonaliwe and bless all hearts from his heaven above. And when lips are moved by grace, they so sweetly sing. Pray for peace in Africa from our loving God. Send the Lord
We normally fail with one mic. I don't know what's going to happen now that they gave me two. Oh, that's all right. Honorable Chancellor, I'm going to do something illegal. It's a wrong day, I know, as you'll see when I introduce the dignitaries here. But Mr. Khatuke, could you please put your air cons on full swing? There are parents outside. Let them pack that space. And in so doing, choir, let's welcome them in with Mankananka. Thank you. Madam Chancellor, please allow me to welcome you to the University of Limpopo's graduation ceremony. It's not the first, it's not the last, but this one for us, it's most important in that we'll be graduating our master's and doctoral students. Every graduation ceremony at the University of Limpopo is hardly ever about just conferring degrees. For those of us We have been part of this community. A graduation ceremony it's more about the reflection. It is a glance back at the past 65 years of this iconic institution, which has been designated as a project under the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route. That is why today, as a university, we are proud to be having the people we're having here. Let me welcome our Chairperson of Council, Mr. Pandelani Nefolobodwe. Next to him is the Deputy Chairperson of Council, Ms. Matsela Bansi, followed by the Chair of our ICT Committee. Those are the people who are pushing us through digital transformation. Ms. Yvonne Mbane, Advocate Bongo, Deputy Chair of HR. Dr. Nukaning is our Deputy Chair of Finance. A hearty word of welcome to our bishops. Bishop Professor Muila, Bishop Dr. Barnabas Ramarumulahanyai. Like I say, because of the nature of today's graduation ceremony, we have got many guests and guests of note. Let me start by welcoming you, Madam Premier, Dr. Poppy Ramatu. Thanks for. And again, let me acknowledge the presence of the first Premier of Limpopo Province, Nadengwako Ramasudi. Where is he? We have in our midst the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, there where we report. We are accountable to you, sir. So thanks that you made time to be with us today. When I was shouting that let me do something very legal, I knew I was in safe hands. Today, in our midst, we have got the Deputy Minister of Police. We have got the National Commissioner of Police. We have the head of Hawks. And I really spoke to him to say, I know there are many warrants of you guys outstanding. So he won't execute any of them. The provincial commissioner of our police, Tandi Tembi Khadebe, you welcome. There are so many that I know. For sure I'm going to miss some of them. Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Tandi Mahambeshala, Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, Honorable Maspa Sekalitzige. Ma'am, at the University of Limpopo, we take issues of disability very serious. We have got a specialized center where they can receive assistance whenever they want it. And a number of our residences have been specially transformed to accompany them. No wonder today, where's Ndivu? Ndivu is here. I'm not going to say much about her. You'll see her when she goes down the stage on the red carpet. That's what university, a caring university, it is. I saw Mr. Bushielo, I saw former colleague Dr. Ndlovu, members of the ZCC Church, the delegation, and members of the St. Agnes Zion Christian Church delegations who are here. I think Dr. Khata, I saw you. Ladies and gentlemen, it can only happen this way at the University of Limpopo, where you get them all under one roof, get all the police under one roof, including their deputy minister. So we count okay. I'm told some are still on the way to come and join in our celebrations. We'll know later why they are there. As you know, the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route, it's a national memory project in South Africa that aims to document, commemorate, and celebrate the country's journey to independence, focusing on the struggle against colonialism and apartheid. We perform our task daily, bearing this in mind. A graduation ceremony is also a once-off occasion, lifetime opportunity for some parents, guardians, students, staff, and our communities at large, where we give thanks for a milestone that is capable of changing the course of history for the marginalized amongst us. We always take solace in the words of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the founding father of Tanzania, when he says, education is not a way to escape poverty. It is a way of fighting it. Madam Chancellor, you know about difference that education can make to the socio-economic fortunes of South Africans. Having come from a remote village yourself in apartheid South Africa, education became your only tool to fight your way out of ignorance, poverty, and disease. During your tenure as minister in different government departments, you relied on your professional training and education to inspire your colleagues towards a better South Africa. Honorable Chancellor, Premier, ladies and gentlemen, today we gather in this hall named after a martyr for education and liberation, Onkgopotse Tiro, to welcome scholars of note into the elite community of academics and researchers. Our master's and doctor's degree that will be conferred here today are an outcome of rigorous scholastic endeavors of our students, their supervisors, and all those who supported them. They personify the spirit of our university and its motto, finding solutions for Africa. The various research topics, dissertations, and theses that we will hear about encompass the spectrum of challenges to humanity and possible solutions thereto. The rigor with which those graduating here today have had to exert themselves can neither be compromised nor bypassed, lest our qualifications will not be worth the paper they are printed on. I have to emphasize this one. We don't compromise when it comes to qualifications at the University of Limpopo. Just to share with you some of the achievements of this university. Today I'm told we'll be conferring 35 doctoral degrees. And these people will tell you what they went through to get those doctoral degrees. The assessment processes that your work is normally subjected to. You see our colleagues there in the front row, the executive deans, and at times they end up not talking to one another during meetings because of how they tear things apart, all in the name of quality. Madam Chancellor, allow me to announce today that there was a national review of doctoral training and dissertation and supervision for the whole country. The University of Limpopo did participate in that, and I'm proud to say we passed muster. So the qualifications we give, we are sure of what we're doing. And these colleagues behind me and those in front of you, they are the ones to defend you. You don't have to defend any doctoral qualification or master's qualification from the University of Limpopo. You refer them to us. We are the ones who did that and said, you do qualify, you are ready for it. Yes, I know stories will run around that at times we stop them before, or the law allows us to withdraw it should we find out that it was not properly conferred or properly supervised. So please advise those who run to the courts. The only place you can come and correct your work is at the University of Limpopo under the Senate. They are the ones who will do it. In short, all I'm saying is we cannot compromise quality and integrity of our programs, or just say, because of an administrative error, we have to award a doctoral or a master's degree. That will affect the quality of all the degrees we have conferred, all those who will be conferring today, and those that will be conferring in future. Talking about programs of the University of Limpopo, we have got quite an array of programs. And what we are proud of as the academics of the University of Limpopo is that all of them, without exception, are accredited. And the other day, I don't know why you were quiet about it. When SAICA, the body that controls the accounting profession, the chartered accountants and everybody, announced the results of the initial assessment of competency, those who had to look at it, you saw that the national pass average there was 70%. Your university, University of Limpopo, stood at 91%. So when we say we don't compromise when it comes to quality, we mean it. A colleague was just telling me that if you look at our law school, what it has produced, in 2019, Judge President, how could I forget to welcome you? My apologies. Judge President Paduni, thank you, sir, for joining us. In 2019, out of the 9 judge presidents in the country, 5 of them were products of this university. The University of Limpopo was the first to introduce medicine in post-apartheid South Africa. And our products are doing wonders, and they continue to do that. It's just that at times I feel for them when it comes to quality, because we don't take chances. The other day, there was, I don't know if Professor Balu is here, there was an end-of-block examination which was written at Hall N40. After that, we even had to call the ambulance to come and carry some of them away. The way they were agitated, saying we failed and we don't know why we failed. These people are asking things we don't know. When Professor Balu asked, what do we do? I said, let's mark it first, Madam Premier. I said to him, let's mark it first and see what happens. only to find that those people who were crying and doing this, the normal bell-shaped curve which we used to assess was more to the right, peaking at 70%. Now, later I said, maybe they wanted to be like our chartered accountants and score 90. That's why they are not happy with 70%. That's the type of quality we do at University of Limpopo. The global stage is grappling with geopolitical tensions. The jostling of dominance of the world economic order by those countries that used to be superpowers. These superpowers are evidently battling to appreciate that the world order has changed. They cannot fully comprehend that the emerging economies of our times are going to determine the future direction of our world's political economy. As a result, these superpowers still resort to the same bullying tactics of days gone by, which of course will end up with disastrous effects. Our university, with the help of students like those who are gathered here today, should relentlessly pursue an academic and research agenda that can generate solutions and find answers to the challenges that undermine the quality of life of majority of our people. Our failure to respond appropriately to these challenges can only lead to deterioration of the Human Development Index in countries like ours. Our failure to find solutions to problems that matter will retard crucial campaigns for the betterment of our continent, like Agenda 2063, Madam Chancellor, which you gallantly crafted during your tenure at the African Union Commission. Our province, country and continent and humanity crave a system of higher education that is responsive and relevant to the needs of society today and in the future. The rising number of our master's and doctoral students which will be conferred here is evidence of our university's ability to keep up with the increasing demand of solution-oriented higher education. We are particularly honored and proud today to be conferring postgraduate qualifications, doctoral degrees, to the Deputy Minister of Police, Mepoli Bushielo. And the Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, Makoma Makurupeja. When respected leaders like these dynamic women choose our institution to further their studies, they affirm our quest to provide quality higher education. They motivate our students to dream big, but most of all, they remind their counterparts that lifelong learning is virtue and that our university is just as competitive to offer them those. We look back with pride to the past 65 years of our university's existence. We are recommitting to our vision of a leading African university that is focused on the developmental needs of its communities, while epitomizing academic excellence and innovativeness. We also view this graduation ceremony as a moment of reimagination. To be able to fulfill our mission, we have to amplify its pillars. This includes the provision of excellent academic programs, research and community engagement, as well as the improvement of access to quality higher education for the disadvantaged. That one, I think, is going to stay with us as a problem for some time to come. You saw for 2025, we had over 300,000 applicants, first entering students for 5,000 spaces we have. We opened our applications on the 1st of April. We are now standing at 60,000 for the 5,000 spaces we have. So you can see the need out there, and what makes me happy is that they still choose University of Limpopo as their institution of choice. I can assure you, Honorable Chancellor, that everything we do at the University of Limpopo is guided by one thing and one thing only: to position the institution as one of the most relevant institutions of higher learning, with an academic enterprise that resonates with community needs and innovativeness, that remains a leading catalyst of socio-economic development. We are willing to be challenged when we do not live up to expectation, or when we perceive not to be living up to expectation. We are very conscious that the context in which we render our service is dynamic and ever-changing. We accept that the context of our institution signifies an ongoing contestation of interests in an attempt to access resources. The president of the SRC, you know, they can say wrong things, and when you challenge them, they say, yeah, but we are young, we're learning. He was citing some figures. And all what I can say is, if you look at the University of Limpopo today, it's like a construction site. We're putting up buildings which, for some reason, I saw students, being students, whenever there's a new building after graduations, they rush there to go and capture their lovely photos. Now, it used to be our language lab opposite the road. Now they've moved from there because they say there's a new building which looks like Dubai. But I can guarantee you we're doing them. And we want to say thanks to the Department of Higher Education for assisting us financially. We're running a stable institution. Financially, we are stable. I'm sorry I'm saying this, but I know we're not yet done with salary negotiations. But we are stable. One of our biggest projects is to assist our students. If you drive along R71, there's a massive project which we're busy with there, putting up 4,500 beds for our students. And when that is done, which will be done by the end of next year, we'll be having the highest number of rooms on campus, which students can just walk from where they are staying to where they have to learn. That project, we're doing it at a cost of 1.6 billion rands. Thanks for the 24%. Thanks for the 24% of that amount which we got from the Department and Treasury. 76% of that money, it's what the University of Limpopo got as interest from their cash investments. That's why I say, unfortunately, I don't know how much the cash investment is, but the president likes dreaming big numbers. So we are accepting this. However, we believe that the University of Limpopo has demonstrated in every respect that it is a well-run, well-managed, and well-governed institution of quality higher education. Because all what we do is after quality. If there's no quality in it, you must ask my academic colleagues. There's a gentleman who normally goes to faculty meetings. They even gave them the nickname quality because that's what he dreams of. And that's what helps us to say our degrees, our doctoral degrees are recognized nationally. They are not inferior to any, same as our junior degrees. Now, if our doctoral degrees are okay, our our junior degrees are okay, my fellow lawyers, when I was still a student, there used to be a guy who would go to mass meetings. And I'm going to quote him to say, if those ones are okay, then the master's degrees, we can say, mutatis mutandis. Uthanda ngoba ungathandi. It will be that dead. So that's where we are. We are well governed, well run, and for that, we deserve respect and recognition. We thank you all for joining us in congratulating our students, their friends, families, lecturers, and support staff with their achievements. We look forward to their meaningful contribution to society and impactful leadership in their different walks of life. Madam Poli, Madam Makurupeja, please encourage your colleagues to come and do their senior degrees at the university. Ours are recognized. Nobody will ever, I know politicians have got this thing, yeah, yours is like this. Please refer them to us. We will defend you. You don't need to defend anything. We're sure of what we have given you. I thank you all.
Madam Chancellor, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo, Professor Mahlomo Kgalong, our esteemed DVCs, Professor Richard Madach and Professor Tebogo Mutiba, Chairperson of Council, Mr. Pandelani Nofolovotwe, Deputy Chairperson of Council, Ms. Banzi, Deputy President of University of Limpopo Alumni and Convocation, Mr. Mabila, Dean of Students, Dr. Muchaki Masipa, represented here by the Director of Student Residences, Ma Malemekwane, Executive Deans of Faculties, Directors of Schools, Members of Senate, the academic staff, and our Bishop, Dr. B. Ilekhanyan of ZCC, and the delegation from ZCC St. Agnes Church that I'm a proud member of, the Deputy Minister, the Premier of Limpopo Province, Dr. Popira Matuba, the Deputy Minister of Police, Mayor Polibushielo, Speaker of Limpopo Provincial Legislature, the former and the first Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Ngakura Matlodi, and all other distinguished guests, proud families, friends, spouses, as well as children, and above all, our phenomenal Masters and PhD graduates of the year 2025. I greet you all with pride and humility. Madam Chancellor, before I start with my speech today, please allow me to acknowledge and extend my congratulations to my fellow comrades in the EFF who are graduating here today. We're Fighter Rako Matapelo, Fighter Maremo Mpatlele, Fighter Mira Mangena, and my predecessor in the SRC, former president of the SRC, Fighter Kucho Mamabolo. We also have the Deputy Secretary of UL Alumni and Convocation Limpopo Chapter, Mr. Vusi Maluleke. These comrades are a testament that indeed we can chant and pass at the same time. To graduates who are here today, please allow me to say, today we gather not just to celebrate your academic achievement, but to honor the power of resilience, intellectual courage, and unwavering commitment. Congratulations, graduates. You have reached the summit of academic excellence in a world that often places obstacles in the path of progress. You are not only the future of this continent, you are the architects of its present. You have walked through the long corridors of research and inquiry. You have sat in libraries long after everyone had gone to bed. You have battled the pressures of funding, supervision, deadlines, and personal responsibilities. And today, you wear those gowns and caps not as a symbol of privilege, but as a crown of perseverance. And ka Sepedi ba re, le dirile bokgoni, go bolaetša gore bokgoni ke lebitla la bofokodi. Go ara gore go kgonagale na letšatšing la lekgono, go bontšha gore go sena le ka bofokodi le boteka gore le kgonne ebile le phumeletše le mo tšatšing la lekgono. Graduates, you have earned not just qualifications, but influence. And with influence comes responsibility. Our country and our beloved continent cries out for ethical leadership. I stand before you to make a heartfelt plea that let this moment not be the peak of your contribution to society. Rather, let it be the beginning of a greater mission, one that rejects corruption and embraces service. Please do not sell your souls to greed. Do not allow your titles to become instruments of manipulation or exploitation. The knowledge you have gained must not be confined to thesis papers that gather dust in library shelves. Let your research, your data, your insight become weapons in the war against poverty, unemployment, gender-based violence, food insecurity, and economic inequalities. You come from different provinces, different townships, different villages, and some of you from different parts of Africa and the world. When you return to your communities, please don't return empty-handed. Go back with your ideas, go back with plans, go back with blueprints, be the leaders who open doors for others, mentor the youth, establish startups, contribute to policy transformation, transform schools into centers of innovation, launch mentorship programs, build bridges for others to cross. When you were admitted to university, someone told you it was your opportunity. But the truth is, it was never just for you. It was for your grandmother who never saw the inside of a classroom. It was for your younger sibling who's still in high school or primary school. It was for your neighbor's child who doesn't believe it's possible. I want to say you carry all of them with you. You carry their hopes and their dreams. You have to go and inspire them. To our master's and PhD graduates, your theses and dissertations must never just be academic exercises. They must be liberation tools. Africa has suffered enough from being the subject of other people's research. It is time for us to investigate, define, and shape our own development. Let your academic work speak to African solutions. Explore how we can industrialize, research how we can fight climate change without compromising our economies. Analyze the informal sector and its potential to absorb labor. Study indigenous knowledge systems and how they can coexist with modern science. Write policies that can be implemented, not just admired. Engage with local municipalities, NGOs, and ministries. Let your work be used in parliament, in town halls, in the boardrooms, and let your research be the engine of African rebirth. As we celebrate today, we cannot ignore the state of youth unemployment in South Africa. And I direct this to government officials who are here today. I want to say, millions of young people sit at home, qualified but idle, talented but ignored. And to them, the government gives them 370, not solutions. I stand here to make a passionate call to the government of the day to say that let us scrap the 370 unemployment grant and redirect that budget to build in the present and the future for our country. We do not want handouts, comrade ministers and government officials that are here. We want institutions. We want more universities in rural areas. We want more TVET colleges in townships. We want artisan centers, coding hubs, incubation labs, and agricultural training institutes. Our people need skills that can create employment, not 370. Our people, dear government officials that are here today, need tools that are going to assist them to transform the economy of this country. They don't want to be standing on long queues of collecting 370. And I want to say, by giving our people 370s, it's like giving to a monkey, and I'm sorry to say a monkey. It's like giving to a monkey that cannot farm. You give it bananas. Once the farmer dies and there are no longer bananas there, that monkey will eventually perish. So we are saying, give our people adequate skills and resources so that they can stand for themselves, not be dependent on this government 370s. It is dignity that we are asking for. It is vision that we are demanding. We are saying, if we invest in our people will invest in this country. Let us train carpenters. Let us train electricians, engineers, welders, software developers, and agribusiness specialists. Let us create a society that manufactures instead of import, that innovates instead of imitates. And in closing, I want to say to all our graduates, remember, titles do not make you better than others. They simply mean you are now more empowered to serve them better. Use your knowledge to heal. Use your knowledge to heal, to build, to teach, to innovate, and to empower. Let your journey be a light that others can follow. And to families who sacrificed, to the lecturers who mentored, to the communities that prayed, you too deserve our gratitude. This victory is yours as much as it is for graduates. Let us rise as a generation that dreams beyond self, that works beyond comfort, and that leads with integrity. Congratulations, Masters and PhD graduates of 2025. I want to say, as I leave here and take my seat, go out there and change the world. Africa needs you now more than ever because we are bullied by the imperialist West. We need you to go out and do as per the motto of this university, find solutions for Africa so that Africa stops being bullied in the economy. It's about time Africa stands up and become the leaders of this world and the leaders of the entire global economy. Because in Africa, we have the minerals that others do not have. We have everything that others do not have. It's about time we stop looking at ourselves as victims, but it's now that we must stand up and transform our very continent that we belong to, so that tomorrow, everyone, when they look at Africa, they look at dignified men and women and not victims of imperialism, not victims of colonization. Thank you very much.
Madam Chancellor, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the Chairperson of Council, Mr. Pandelani Nefolovone, and all members of Council that are present here today, Mr. Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Mokhalung, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Madachi and Professor Teboho Mutiba, the University Registrar, Executive Deans of Faculties, Directors of Schools, Dean of Students, Student Representative Council as represented by the SRC President, and members of the Alumni in Convocation. Allow me to actually deliver the message on behalf of the Alumni in Convocation of the University of Limpopo. During our days in the SRC, where I had the privilege, Madam Chancellor, of serving as the Deputy President, we used to deliver a congratulatory message, and the number of postgraduates was far less than what we are witnessing today. That should tell you that the university
is moving towards the right direction. To the graduates, indeed, you are graduating from an institution that comes from ages. Just 3 days back, Madam Chancellor, the Council on Higher Education gave this university a resounding clean bill of health on all its doctoral qualifications. That, of course, is with the support of government. The institution infrastructure program is moving ahead with world-class buildings that are being erected on campus. Our new building that is actually drawing attention, students have tend to name it Dubai. So when students are telling you that they're in Dubai, Madam Chancellor, amongst others, there will be somewhere on campus. Don't take flights and go look for them. Just move around campus, you'll definitely find them. Madam Chancellor, I must say that this morning I'm saying with pride that the academic leadership of this university is very solid under the Vice Chancellorship of Professor Mkhalung and his collective. That I want to actually quote one of the social media statement that was made by one of the former students of the university during the week, and that has actually drawn attention of more than 50,000 social media users. That, I quote, by Mark Shadrach, "Our Father who art on the 4th floor, he is a man who has helped us, who has helped students progress to the next step, even when they owe fees to the institution, all with just the signature of a special pen. He did this without inquiring about where you come from, your background. He just wanted you to proceed to the next level of study," close quote. Madam Chancellor, our obsession as convocation is not about the number of terms that the VC served, but about the achievement recorded under his collective leadership. Having inherited an institution that had no money at some point, including failing to pay salaries at some point, to a financially vibrant university, these leadership collectives deserve a resounding acknowledgement. To the Vice Chancellor and your entire collective, in Senate and support personnel, please do not be deterred or derailed. Just remember that even Jesus Christ, despite performing miracles after miracles, he was still crucified. To our graduates, please always have the courage and resilience to realize your objectives in life. Academic qualifications are not the same in quality. Of course, I must indicate that a degree from the university or the great University of Limpopo and that of Tamelin will never be equivalent. Therefore, we must stand firm behind our Senate in ensuring that all university qualifications pass any test of scrutiny. Senate must never succumb to any external pressure to award degrees that cannot pass the test. Madam Chancellor, it will be suicidal of me not to actually acknowledge that this university today is producing, amongst others, great leaders of this country. The Deputy Minister of Police who will be conferred her doctorate degree this morning, the Speaker of the Legislature of Limpopo Province as well. Those deserve a hand of applause. I'm not going to sit down before I acknowledge fellow members that I serve within the alumni and convocation structures. We have Advocate Makot, who actually will be graduating his doctoral in law this morning. We have Mr. Arnold Mzimba, who is the Alumni Mpumalanga chapter secretary, who will also be having his Master of Law conferred this morning in this graduation ceremony. We have Mr. Vusi Maluleka, who is actually the Deputy Chairperson of the UL Alumni chapter in the Limpopo province, who is also going to be conferred with his Masters of Development and Planning in his university this morning. Madam Chancellor, allow me once more to congratulate and wish all the best to these graduates as they actually navigate through the country. Thank you.
Madam Chancellor, Dr. N.C. Dlamini Zuma, the Chairperson of Council, Mr. Pandelani Jane Folovodu, the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Mkhalung, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Aaron Madanze, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Professor T.M. Motiba, Honorable Premier of the Province of Limpopo, Dr. Poppy Constance Ramatupa, an inspirational leader who's passionate about the development of this province. It was my honor this morning to also meet the first Premier of the province, Dr. Ngwakora Motloti, who's present here with us in the midst of ministers, deputy ministers, mayors, deputy mayors, directors generals, HODs, commissioners and deputy commissioners, municipal managers and mayors, His Holiness, the Bishop Barnabas Lekhanyan, present here today. What an honor, what a day, what a privilege for us to stand here before you. And I'm greatly honored, particularly to represent the Minister of Higher Education and Training in the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane, and we also are privileged to be invited to this special occasion to bear witness to the acknowledgement of many who still believe in the value of higher education and to celebrate the scholarly achievements of this great institution. We are here to celebrate your achievements. We stand proud that we selected one of our public institutions to accompany you through your journey of learning and scholarship. This public institution is special in many ways. And its motto, University of Limpopo for Human and Environmental Wellness in a Rural Context, resonates with our own belief in the preservation of the authenticity of our rural towns. University of Limpopo is also the academic home of many dignitaries who have contributed so much to our development as a nation. Our own president, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, graced the corridors of this university. Other notable examples of worthy leaders in our society are graduates of the University of Limpopo. In this regard, Judge Bernard Mwepe is here, Dr. Matthew Sposa, Reverend Frank Chikana, and former South African Reserve Bank Governor Tito Mboweni come to mind. May the legacy of these great leaders guide you. The University of Limpopo also served as a central role in our liberation struggle, and many sacrificed their studies to ensure that you are here today to realize your dreams. So please ensure that this moment is memorable and indelible. I stand here not alone. I'm with the special advisor to the Minister, Dr. Clarence Chitereke, who's here with me to support me in the message I deliver on behalf of our minister. I have been advised that the University of Limpopo has established several research chairs holders, including the Materials Modeling Center, internationally recognized center, may I add, ecosystem health, biological, molecular sciences, computer sciences, and many other areas. These initiatives should be commended. Innovation-driven research and the leverage of technology for fostering growth and development are important skills needed by our country. South Africa's economic development and future success depends on the ability of young people to become successful professionals or alternatively thriving employers. Our department, the Department of Higher Education and Training in the Republic of South Africa, intentionally allocates grants to support entrepreneurship initiatives and confirms its lasting support for the cultivation of this critical skill and enterprise. Our department acknowledges the contributions made by other partners in the implementation of these programs and recognizes that far more needs to be done, most likely through collaboration and hence the need for more partners. We stand proud as a department and has so far invested over 70 million rands over a period of the last 6 years in entrepreneurship development, in education, and in this particular university. The challenges faced by our country with youth unemployment are real, but not insurmountable. With well-directed efforts and irrevocable commitment shown by many South Africans, including this university, we are confident as we move forward working with you. We invite the University of Limpopo to partner with others to engender entrepreneurship in its qualifications and ensure that our graduates are multi-skilled, that both professionals and entrepreneurs to survive in this age of unprecedented uncertainty continue in that regard. As I conclude, to all the graduates, remember in all you do this African proverb, knowledge is a garden. If it is not cultivated, you can't harvest it. I wish to extend a word of thanks to the parents and relatives of our graduates, without whom the journey of studying would have been far more agonizing. Allow me to wish you all well as you celebrate today. I thank you.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to confer doctoral degrees of the university on those graduates whose names appear in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the doctoral degrees.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mama Charaga Chinyanzo fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing Science. The title of the thesis is Development and Validation of Strategies to Reduce Nurses' Absenteeism at Selected Public Hospitals in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Professor T.E. Muchachi, Co-Supervisor, Professor T.I. Ramaboya. The supervisor will read the citation.
Ms. Mama Charaga investigated the phenomenon on absenteeism amongst nurses in public hospitals of Limpopo Province, South Africa, employing a mixed method convergent parallel design. The strategies were developed and validated using a synthesis of SWOT analysis and Dikov and Wandenberg's practice-orientated theory, ensuring both contextual relevance and theoretical grounding. Her work offers a novel and impactful contribution to nursing practice by addressing systemic and behavioral factors influencing absenteeism. The findings were disseminated at the third biennial research conference, and one manuscript has been accepted for publication in a peer-reviewed accredited journal, understanding the scholarly significance of her research. Congratulations, Dr. Mama Charaga.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mathobela Kwena fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Pharmacy. The title of the thesis is The Use of Antimicrobial Agents and Smart Regulations to Prevent Antimicrobial Resistance in Poultry Farms Towards One Health. Supervisor, Professor N.Z. Nyazema, co-supervisors, Professor M.R. Likalakala, Professor J. Ngambi, and Professor M. Ndoto. The Director of School of Health Sciences will read the citation.
And the citation reads as follows. Mathobela conducted a critical evaluation of antimicrobial usage, particularly antibiotics, within the poultry sector by examining practices across 3 commercial farms in the designated study area. His research offers a significant contribution to the One Health paradigm by advocating for intelligent regulatory frameworks aimed at curbing the routine inclusion of antibiotics in poultry feed, a practice closely linked to the emergence and transmission of antimicrobial resistance in humans. These proposed smart regulations not only aim to mitigate antimicrobial resistance transmission through the consumption of poultry meat, but also serve as an educational mechanism for industry stakeholders, fostering awareness on the aspects of the associated public health risks. Congratulations, Dr. Mathobela.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Matsanisi Ndivuo fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in English Studies. The title of the thesis is Challenges Faced by English First Additional Language Teachers in Teaching Grammar to Deaf Learners. The case of 4 special needs schools in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor B.X.S. Ntompela, and he will read the citation.
This study, conducted across 4 selected special needs schools in Limpopo Province, aimed to explore the challenges faced by English First Additional Language teachers in teaching grammar to deaf learners. The research was framed by needs analysis theory and communicative competence theory. Key findings reveal significant challenges, including limited teaching time, inadequate teacher training, insufficient teaching and learning materials, a curriculum that does not cater to the needs of deaf learners, and the disparity between English Sign Language grammar and English First Additional Language grammar. These factors were identified as barriers to effective teaching of English First Additional Language grammar to deaf learners. The study contributes to the field of inclusive education, with the findings having been published in a peer-reviewed DHEAD-accredited journal, further advancing the understanding of teaching grammar to deaf learners. Congratulations, Dr. Machanisi.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Ralushai Mfariseni Moses fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in English Studies. The title of the thesis is Teachers and Learners' Perceptions Towards Translanguaging Pedagogy in English First Additional Language among grade 7 Chivenda learners in Vembe District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor B.X.S. Ntompela. The course supervisor is Dr. J.R. Ramala. The supervisor will read the citation.
This study, conducted among bilingual grade 7 teachers and learners in the Bembe District, Limpopo Province, South Africa, aimed to explore their perceptions of translanguaging pedagogy in the teaching and learning of English First Additional Language. A multiple case study design was used, combining both qualitative and quantitative methods for data collection. The research was framed by the continuum of biliteracy model and socio-cultural theory. Thematic analysis was employed to interpret qualitative data, while quantitative data were analyzed using descriptive statistics. The study's findings indicated an overall positive perception of translanguaging pedagogy, although some teachers and learners expressed reservations favoring an English-only approach. Congratulations, Dr. Ralushai.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Sikwari Tsesa Tsivasa fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, International Politics. The title of the thesis is Prospects of International Relations in Africa in the COVID-19 era, an analysis of sustainable development and trade integration. The supervisor is Professor K.B. Shai. The course supervisor is Dr. S.L. Kugara. The course supervisor will read the citation.
This thesis, inspired by Sikwari's first-hand experience of the COVID-19 crisis, draws on modernization theory to reimagine development strategies for the post-pandemic era. Chedza advocates for the adoption of internal and external policies by African states to foster continental prosperity. A central theme of his work is the African Continental Free Trade Area, which he examines as a vital mechanisms for restructuring Africa's economy and promoting sustainable development. Chedza presents key counter-solutions for Africa's post-pandemic trade integration, exploring the opportunities and challenges posed by the African Continental Free Trade Area. The study reveals that intra-Africa trade has historically been inefficient, characterized by a reliance on raw material exports and a high import dependence. Additionally, he highlights the importance of political stability for sustainable development, the ongoing influence of neocolonialism, and Africa's stringent COVID-19 containment measures. 2 DHET accredited journals have been published from his work. Congratulations, Dr. Chedza.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mingwai Tony Kulo fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Language Education. The title of the thesis is An Intervention Strategy Towards the Implementation of Teaching, Learning and Assessment Policy in English First Additional Language, Capricorn District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor T.W. Moloja, and he will read the citation.
The citation of the candidate reads thus: the finding of this study revealed several challenges that hinder the effective implementation of the English First Additional Language policy, including excessive administrative duties, lack of resources, overcrowded classrooms, inadequate planning and preparation, lack of interest, time management issues, staff shortages, disorganization of stakeholder responsibilities, and insufficient professional development. In response to these challenges, the study developed a model aimed at addressing the barriers to effective policy implementation. From the research, the candidate has extracted 3 articles, 1 already accepted for publication in an accredited journal, and 2 others currently under review. This work contributes to improving the understanding and implementation of educational policies within the English first additional language context. Congratulations, Dr. Mawai.
Congratulations. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mudiba Mansa Cecilia fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Northern Sotho. The title of the thesis is Tsinkelo Tsenelelo ya mongwalo le mopeloto tša Sesotho sa Leboa baithuting ba University ya Limpopo is an intense scrutiny of Northern Sotho spelling and orthography among the University of Limpopo students. The supervisor is Professor S.J. Chokwe, and he will read the citation.
The study critically examined the challenges of spelling and orthography encountered by first-year Sesotho sa Leboa students at the University of Limpopo. Employing a qualitative approach, the research focused on explanatory essays administered to students. Semi-structured interviews were also conducted. Theoretical frameworks of error analysis and spelling development guided the investigation, and thematic analysis was applied to data collected from both students and educators. The findings highlighted that many students struggled with spelling and orthography in Sesotho sa Leboa, with the root cause traced back to deficiencies in basic education. The study recommends the reintroduction of phonology and phonetics in the basic education curriculum, enhanced foundation building by Sesotho sa Leboa educators at school level, and the verification of prescribed books before adoption. One article has been published in the HET accredited journal. Reo lebohisha Mudi. Ngaka Mudi.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Pokwani Philip Paswani fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Northern Sotho. The title of the thesis is Kgomo ya bongaka e hwaeng kgadihlare. Tsitsinkelo ya bongaka jwa segabo rena le botebo jwa filosofi ya Sepedi go tšwa go diema. Translated as, the beast from Ngaka dies with the smell of medicines. A critical examination of bongaka and Sepedi philosophy from proverbial expression. The supervisor is Professor S.J. Chokwe. The course supervisor is Professor S. Mokhwachana. The supervisor will read the citation.
The study investigates Pedi proverbs and metaphorical expressions to examine how the Bapedi people articulate philosophical conceptions of Bungaka, the indigenous healing system. Centering its analysis on the proverb, Homo ya Bungaka ikhweng ka ditlhare, the research interrogates a range of beliefs, epistemological construction, and conceptual framework underpinning the practice of Bungaka. Anchored in the theoretical lens of Afrocentricity, the study positions Pedi philosophical thought with its broader cultural milieu, revealing nuance and often obscured messages embedded in the proverbial discourse. Rooted in indigenous knowledge systems, the research adopts oral literature as its principal methodological approach. Primary data were obtained through interviews and dialogical engagement with elders whose lived experience and specialized knowledge of Bungaka provided rich, contextual, grounded insights. The study advocates for the integration of proverbs into the formal teaching of Pedi, with the aim of facilitating more effective communication between Bungaka traditional leaders, field leaders, and their clients, while also contributing to the philosophical validation of Bungaka. A DHET accredited journal article has been produced from this thesis. Ngaka Paswan, ke a o leboga.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Songo Sifikile fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctoral of Philosophy, Psychology. The title of the thesis is Kufungisisa, as an idiom of psychological distress among the Shona-speaking people, Gweru District, Zimbabwe, a grounded theory study. The supervisor is Professor T. Sodi. The course supervisor is Professor S.E. Nkwana. The supervisor will read the citation.
Ms. Songo's study investigated the Zimbabwean culturally specific psychological condition known as kufungisisa, which is loosely translated as thinking too much in Shona, through the perspectives of elderly lay healthcare workers. The research involved 17 elderly female healthcare workers from the Gweru district in Zimbabwe. The findings highlighted that the primary signs and symptoms of kufungisisa were predominantly cognitive in nature. The study emphasized the importance of recognizing cultural influences in the conceptualization of mental health disorders and the evolving nature of cultural distress models. The implications suggest that international diagnostic frameworks such as the DSM-5 text revised should incorporate culture-specific conditions into their nosology. In response, a culturally relevant diagnostic criterion was proposed to expand the understanding of cultural syndromes. Papers based on this research have already been presented at 2 international conferences, contributing to the discourse on culturally informed mental health practices. Congratulations, Dr. Songo.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Bushielo Sheila Poli fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Administration. The title of the thesis is Investigation of the Factors that Impact on E-Government Readiness in Limpopo Province, South Africa. A case of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. The supervisor is Professor S.K. Mukwena. He will read the citation.
In her thesis, the candidate empirically demonstrated that while the implementation of information and communication technology is a vital tool for achieving effective service delivery, its success depends on the presence of appropriate enabling conditions. Employing a qualitative research approach, Ms. Bushielo developed a readiness framework for e-government initiatives within the Limpopo Department of Transport and Community Safety. The framework offers a nuanced perspective on the societal barriers to adopting e-governance and proposes strategies to overcome these challenges, thereby improving governance practices. Her work presents a balanced analysis of the technological, institutional, and social dimensions necessary for successful e-government implementation. The findings offer a significant contribution to the field of public administration, particularly in the context of developing regions. By addressing practical and policy-related challenges, the study enhances our understanding of how digital tools can be effectively integrated to support public service delivery in resource-constrained environments. Congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Makuripeche Makoma Grace fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Administration. The title of the thesis is Monitoring and Evaluation as a Contributing Factor Towards Sustainable Service Delivery, a case of Waterberg District Municipality, South Africa. The supervisor, Professor M.N. Kwela, will read the citation.
Madam M.G. Makrupeje's thesis was informed by observed factors such as community dissatisfaction with poor service provision and lack of governmental accountability. The candidate conducted a comprehensive literature review focusing on mechanisms applicable towards the achievement of improved service provision, including the assessment of the existing legislative framework. The exploratory research method was applied in the process. The study is grounded on the theory-based evaluations and participatory orientation theory. The research compared monitoring and evaluation approaches in South Africa and in international governance context. A diverse sample was drawn from the 3 spheres of government, including the councillors and community members. The findings contribute new information to the existing body of knowledge on the academic field of monitoring and evaluation. The study proposes and recommends that the government-wide monitoring and evaluation system be retained, but with a combination of results-based and participatory approach systems. The study was presented at an international conference in 2024. Congratulations, Honorable Madam Speaker.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Ramaholo Matume Gilbert fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Administration. The title of the thesis is Factors Influencing E-Governance Policy Implementation on Basic Service Delivery, a case of Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor, Professor S.K. Mukwena, will read the citation.
Thank you. The study explores the factors influencing the implementation of e-governance in Limpopo Province, drawing on policy imperatives and developmental plans at international, national, and regional levels. The candidate makes an original contribution to the field of public administration by proposing a model for e-governance policy implementations and service delivery. The model offers practical guidance for enhancing e-governance in the context of basic service delivery, with particular relevance to the Limpopo province. By examining key challenges and enablers in the rollout of e-governance, the research aligns with the global and continental development agendas, including the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want, and South Africa's National Development Plan 2030. The study provides a valuable framework for improving digital governance and administrative efficiency in resource-constrained provincial settings. Congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you Malapa Di Makatso Helen fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Commerce, Accounting. The title of the thesis is Framework for Equal Efficiency and Financial Performance in Food and Beverage Companies listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. The supervisor, Professor C.C. Mwakwe, will read the citation.
In her thesis, the candidate critically investigated the relationship between the reduction of energy consumption, water usage, waste generation, and carbon emissions, and their effects on corporate financial performance proxies. Her study makes a noteworthy contribution to the scholarly discourse in sustainability accounting by developing a comprehensive framework aimed at enhancing financial performance through eco-efficiency in the food and beverage sector. The proposed framework articulates context-specific actionable strategies for achieving the dual imperatives of financial viability and environmental sustainability. Situated within the South African industrial context, the research offers valuable insights into how eco-efficient practices can be systematically leveraged to drive sustainable growth. This research not only enriches the theoretical understandings of sustainability performance linkages, but also holds practical implications for policy and strategic decision-making in resource-intensive industries. Congratulations, Dr. Malapa.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Nakeng Mancheleng Vanessa fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Commerce, Accounting. The title of the thesis is Framework for Corporate Sustainability Investment, Resources Efficiency and Profitability of Companies listed in the Financial Times Stock Exchange or the Johannesburg Stock Exchange Responsible Investment Index. The supervisor, Professor C.C. Mwakwe, will read the citation.
In her thesis, the candidate investigated the combined effect of investment in renewable energy and recycling initiatives on productive resource efficiency and corporate profitability. The findings were subjected to rigorous empirical analysis. Her study makes a significant contribution to the field of sustainability accounting by developing a theoretically grounded and practically oriented framework for enhancing resource efficiency and profitability through the resilient sustainability investments. The proposed framework delineates strategic pathways for responsible investment firms to optimize manufacturing processes while concurrently achieving environmental and financial objectives. By situating the research within the evolving discourse on sustainable industrial practices, the study provides valuable insights into the nexus between ecological responsibility and corporate performance. It offers a practical guide for policymakers and corporate leaders seeking to embed sustainability into core operational and investment strategies. Congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Makoti Mohuera Zakaria fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Laws, Public Law. The title of the thesis is Critical Analysis of the Effectiveness of the Law in Holding the Public Protector Accountable for Indiscretions in South Africa, supervised by Professor K.O. Odeko. The director of the School of Law, Advocate Rapaza, will read the citation.
In his thesis, the candidate critically examined the efficacy of the laws governing the public protector as a constitutional institution, focusing on the legislative and policy inefficiencies in holding the office holder accountable for misconduct, incompetence, and incapacity. Drawing on the historical context of the Office of the Public Protector, originally known as the Advocate General, the study highlights the importance of the institution and the need for a public protector who is fit and proper. The thesis integrates a comprehensive framework of legal instruments, including the Constitution, the Public Protector Act, and the rules adopted by the National Assembly for ensuring accountability in cases of misconduct. A comparative analysis with similar institutions in Australia and Kenya further elucidates how these countries address instances of misconduct or unfitness to remain in office. From this thesis, 2 articles have been published in DHEAD accredited journals. Congratulations, my learned friend. All the best. Have a good day.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Machiane Katlego France fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Laws, Public Law. The title of the thesis is Critical Legal Perspective on the Interplay of Environmental Protection and Human Rights, supervised by Professor K.O. Odeku. Advocate Rapaza will read the citation.
From this thesis, the candidate's research investigated the complex relationship between solid waste management and human rights in South Africa, adopting a holistic framework that expands the interpretation of Section 24 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. This section mandates environmental transformation, justice, and sustainable development. Employing a historical institutional approach, the study explores the path dependence of solid waste management systems, revealing how apartheid-era institutional configurations continue to shape our current practices. The research highlights the inherited deficiencies in infrastructure, which impedes the achievement of equitable and effective waste management. It argues that South Africa should adopt the legislative strategies similar to those employed in England and Kenya, focusing on recycling, waste separation, and waste-to-energy initiatives to foster environmentally sustainable practices. From this thesis, 4 articles were published in the head accredited journals. Congratulations, my learned friend. Have a good day.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Paleng Lucius Chweni fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Agricultural Economics. The HOD, Professor G.T. Manielo, would read the citation.
Mr. L.T. Paleng's thesis sought to evaluate South Africa's exports of oranges to strategic Asian markets in terms of competitiveness and food safety standards. The empirical findings offers a comprehensive analysis of food safety standards' impact on export performance, competitive positioning against Asian competitors, and local factors affecting global competitiveness. Mr. Paleng provided novelty and innovation about the international markets, new dimensions, and management of practical evidence-based policies. The industry role players benefit as the findings develop strategies and recommendations for enhancing exports, subsequently improving competitiveness, market share, export performance, and compliance with food safety regulation. The thesis produced 4 publications in high-impact journals and 1 as conference proceedings presented at Agricultural Economics Association of South Africa's annual conference. Congratulations, Paleng.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Sohuma Amath fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Agricultural Extension. The title of the thesis is Analysis of Factors Hindering Commercialization Among Smallholder Vegetable Farmers in Alfred Nzo and O.R. Tambo District Municipalities, Eastern Cape Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor E. Zwane and co-supervisor Professor E. Belete. The HOD of the department, Professor T.J. Nesengani, would read the citation.
The study aimed to analyze the shift from subsistence to market-oriented agriculture in Alfred Nzo and O.R. Tambo districts, focusing on the challenges faced by farmers adopting commercial practices a sample of 216 smallholder vegetable farmers and 34 agricultural extension personnel was utilized. Findings revealed that key factors influencing commercialization included access to credit, education levels, market proximity, inadequate infrastructure, and financial limitations. Agricultural extension advisors played a crucial role by providing essential knowledge and information to support farmers. The study recommends a conceptual model to assist smallholder vegetable farmers in their commercialization efforts. The study was funded by the National Research Foundation. Ms. Sohuma presented their findings at the National Extension Conference in 2024. The thesis resulted in 3 papers submitted to DHET accredited journals, with 1 currently under review by the South African Journal of Agricultural Extension, SAJAI. Congratulations, Dr. Sohuma.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Matapo Malumeja Cyril fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Animal Production. The title of the thesis is Investigation of Nguni Goat Farmers Production Objectives, Breeding Practices, and Goats Phenotypic Characterization in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor T.L. Giassi, and co-supervisor is Dr. T.J. Mukwawana. The supervisor would read the citation.
Nguni goats are one of indigenous felt goat ecotypes of South Africa. This goat breed is known for low production. Mr. Matapo conducted a comprehensive study to understand farmers' breeding objectives, breeding practices, and phenotypic characterization of Nguni goats of Limpopo Province, South Africa. His research revealed that income generation was the primary breeding practice, with the year-round uncontrolled mating as the main breeding practice, which may limit the genetic improvement. His findings highlighted that Nguni goats are small to medium body-sized mixed breed with multicolored hair. Mr. Matapo identified body length and head girth as the key body measurements that might be used to increase body size of Nguni goats during breeding. These results provide a critical baseline information for designing of community-based breeding program to improve Nguni goats production and genetic progress. The thesis produced 7 publications. 5 in journals and 2 as conference proceedings, national and international. Mr. Matapo, at his age, he published 22 articles, 3 book chapters, and 12 conference papers. Congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Sako Tabang fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Animal Production. The title of the thesis is Phenotypic Characterization and Genetic Diversity of Barbadian Sheep, Implications on Breed Conservation. The supervisor is Professor T.L. Giassi and co-supervisor Professor J.W. Ngambi. The supervisor would read the citation.
Barbadian sheep are an indigenous sheep breed of Limpopo Province, South Africa. This breed is at risk of extinction due to limited information about its potential. Mr. Sako conducted a comprehensive search for phenotypic features and genetic variation of insulin-like growth factor 1 gene. He discovered that Barbadian sheep are a small-framed meat-type breed, and body weight can be improved by increasing heart girth and body length during breeding. He indicated that Barbadian sheep are mainly white-bodied with a brown head. He detected 2 single nucleotide polymorphisms on position 855 and 857 of insulin-like growth factor 1 gene that might be used as genetic markers for improvement of growth performance during breeding. This research is a groundbreaking study showing the uniqueness of Barbadian sheep breed that is useful for preserving the genetic resources. The thesis produced 7 publications, 6 in peer-reviewed journals, and 1 in an international conference proceedings. Congratulations, Dr. Sir.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Hove Darlington fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Applied Mathematics. The title of the thesis is Local Times of Deterministic Paths and Model Free Cadillac Price Paths and their Applications to Mathematical Finance. Supervisor Professor F.J. Mhlanga, co-supervisor Professor R.M. Lochowski. The supervisor would read the citation.
Mr. Hove's thesis explores the local times for deterministic and Cadillac model-free price path using Fellmer's pathwise Ito calculus. The absence of local times in prices path allows arbitrarily large profits through strategic investments. The study uses truncated variation to show weak convergence of normalized interval crossings and construction of examples of local times within this framework. A key contribution is the construction of a path based on the Condor set with quadratic variation but no local time, and a modified version with local time. Mr. Hove also developed a theorem linking local times to interval crossings for functions of finite variation. Additionally, he analyzed piano curve approximations, creating an algorithm to compute interval crossings and establishing the conditions for the existence of the local time. Mr. Hove received SAE UK USDP funding. His thesis produced 2 research articles, and he presented his work at several conferences. Mr. Hove, congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Guviana Dlo Lazarus fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Applied Mathematics. The title of the thesis is Continuous Time Principal Agent Models with Ergodic Payoffs. The supervisor is Professor F.J. Mhlanga. The co-supervisor is Professor M. Zevos. The supervisor will read the citation.
Mr. Kubiana's thesis examines an economic project owned by a principal and a manager, managed by a sequence of managers, with cash flows modeled either as the one-dimensional arithmetic Brownian motion or an ergodic diffusion. The managers are more impatient than the principal, and both aim to maximize their performance. Mr. Kubiana develops a mathematical model for incentive-compatible contracts by formulating a problem as a singular stochastic ergodic control problem. He characterizes a class of contracts that admits a state space presentation, identifies a subclass that is incentive compatible, and reduces the task of finding the optimal contract to a singular stochastic control problem. Mr. Kubiana provides an explicit solution to a concrete yet significant real-world problem. His work advances the future research on sustainable development and moral hazards, especially in the context where the agents may divert resources. Mr. Kubiana received SAUK USDP funding. His thesis generated one research article, and he presented his work at several conferences. Mr. Kubiana, congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Magaga Brian fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Applied Mathematics. The title of the thesis is Optimal Control and Cost-Effective Analysis of a Coronavirus Disease of 2019 Model in South Africa. The supervisor is Professor F.J. Mhlanga, and the co-supervisor is Professor F. Nyabaza. The supervisor would read the citation.
Mr. Makaka's thesis explores the impact of COVID-19 on public health in South Africa, focusing on the transmission dynamics and intervention strategies. He developed a mathematical model incorporating mass testing, screening, quarantining, and medical care for infected individuals. Using Pontryagin maximum principle, he solved the optimal control problem, analyzing infectious trends, evaluated the cost of the various interventions, and assessed their effectiveness. His findings show that when the reproductive number is below 1, the disease-free state is globally stable. Otherwise, the infectious persists. Sensitivity analysis highlights exposure rate, infectiousness, and progression rate as key factors to driving the spread of COVID-19. The incremental cost-effective ratio analysis revealed that combining mass testing, screening, and quarantining is the most cost-effective approach, balancing health outcomes and economic feasibilities. Unlike purely epidemiological studies, Mr. Makaka's work integrates mathematical modeling, optimal control, and economic analysis, offering a comprehensive framework for managing infectious diseases. His research generated one publication and presented his work at several conferences. Mr. Makaka, congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Ngozi Siboniso Conference fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Applied Mathematics. The title of the thesis is Financial Markets Driven by Skew Diffusions. The supervisor is Professor F.J. Mhlanga. The co-supervisor is Professor M. Zevos. The supervisor would read the citation.
Mr. Ngosi's thesis investigates two main problems: an optimal control problem involving a factor process driven by skew geometric Brownian motion, and an interest rate derivative pricing, where the short rate follows a skew diffusion process. Skew diffusion models capture asset prices behaviors, which are characterized by support and resistance levels. These levels trigger buy or sell options when the price reaches a predetermined level. Mr. Ngozi solved the optimal control problem using dynamical programming. Unlike classical diffusion models with Dirichlet boundary conditions, the skew diffusion framework introduces Newman-type boundary conditions. The Hamilton-Jacob-Bellman equation is derived using a generalized Ito formula with local time. Similarly, the pricing problem yields a parabolic partial differential equations with Newman-type boundaries. A key result is that the model ensures no arbitrage in the bond market. Mr. Ngozi received the SAUK USDP funding. His thesis generated one research article, and he won an international award for best doctoral presentation. Mr. Ngozi, congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Hlongwane Katuchelo Catherine fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Aquaculture. The title of the thesis is Evaluation of Periphyton Utilization by Oreochromis mozambicus and Clarias haripinus in aquadams. Supervisor is Professor N.A.G. Moyo. The co-supervisor is Professor M.M. Rapazamalaji. The HOD, Professor E.M. Rapalo, would read the citation.
The cost of fish meal in fish diets has risen sharply in the recent years. Ms. Hlongwane investigated the potential utilization of periphyton communities grown on net, plastic, and stone substrates. The composition and abundance of periphyton were higher on the net than the other substrates. Despite having the highest abundance of periphyton, the net substrate did not result in the highest growth performance in both fish species. This was attributed to failure by the fish to assess the periphyton on the net substrate. Chesson selectivity index showed that both fish species were not selective on their consumption of periphyton. This study suggests that provision of periphyton on stone substrates reduces feed costs. Ms. Hlongwane has published one paper from the thesis. Congratulations, Dr. Hlongwane.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Baloyi Vekani Revit fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Computer Science. The title of the thesis is Early Detection of Breast Cancer Using Machine Learning. The supervisor is Professor S.N. Mokoena, who will read the citation.
This study addresses the critical challenge of breast cancer detection in South Africa by developing an AI-driven computer-aided diagnostics model. Mr. Baloyi used deep learning, Inception V3, VG19, and mobile NetV2 techniques, which are optimized for mammogram analysis. Achieving 88% accuracy, the model enhances diagnostic precision by identifying subtle lesions which may reduce radiologists' workload in high-volume settings. Key innovations include transfer learning, data augmentation for limited data sets, and focus on locally relevant data to bridge healthcare disparities. The scalable, cost-effective framework supports early detection, which is vital for improving survival rates and reducing treatment costs in resource-constrained environments. By augmenting and not replacing radiologist expertise, the research highlights AI's role in equitable, efficient cancer care, offering a blueprint for global oncology advancement and ethical AI integration in healthcare. Kalanga, Munyai, Murodzi, congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mapunya Sekhwari Semaka fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Computer Science. The title of the thesis is The Design and Implementation of Distributed Denial of Service Attacks Mitigation Scheme in Mobile Edge Computing. The supervisor is Professor M. Velempini, and the supervisor would read the citation.
Mobile edge computing and enabling technology of 5G reduces latency and end-to-end delay. However, the distributed denial of service attack, DDoS, overwhelms and degrades its performance. Semaka proposed a modified extreme learning machine algorithm to address the effects of DDoS. A neighborhood-based differential evolution algorithm was used to optimize the assignment of weights and biases for improved accuracy. A modified Firefly algorithm using quasi-oppositional differential evolution was employed for feature selection. The simulation results show that the scheme is effective. The t-test also confirmed that the optimization techniques had a significant impact. Semaka has one article in press and the other under review. For his preliminary work, he published one conference proceeding, 2 book chapters, and an article. Mr. Mapunya Bishop, congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Moila Ramatlapane Lerato fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Computer Science. The title of the thesis is An Implementation of Anomaly-Based Man in the Metal Intrusion Detection System with an Improved Ensemble Modeling Scheme in Domain Name Server and Edge Computing. The supervisor is Professor M. Velempini, and he will read the citation.
Mobile edge computing reduces processing and transmission delays. Unfortunately, it is susceptible to security attacks, such as man-in-the-middle attack. The attack compromises the confidentiality and integrity of the messages. To counter this attack, Lerato developed an anomaly-based intrusion detection scheme which employs assembly modeling. The proposed assembly cookie is optimized using a genetically inspired cookie algorithm for improved detection efficiency. The performance of the assembly cookie was evaluated and compared with existing schemes and validated using Bayesian dynamic Steckleberg game theory. Lerato has published 2 conference proceedings, a journal article in press, and the second article is under review. For preliminary work, she published 4 conference papers and 1 article. Ms. Muila, congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mbokani Bafana Njabulo fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Computer Science. Chemistry, in chemistry. The title of the thesis is The Use of the Anomalous Cerium-4 Oxidation State in the Design of Composite Cerium Dioxide, Titanium Dioxide, Photocatalysts for the Dye-Contaminated Water Remediation. The supervisor is Professor MP Mukonwana, and the co-supervisor is Professor Mage Boom. The supervisor would read the citation.
The textile industry, recognized for its significant contribution to global gross domestic product and economic growth, is notorious for generating vast amounts of colored wastewater due to its water and dye-intensive processes. This untreated discharge has severe environmental consequences impacting both aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems and exacerbating global water scarcity. Regulatory authorities such as the United States Environmental Protection Agencies mandate that industrial effluents be treated to safe levels before discharge. And in response to this, Mr. Mbokani's research aimed to identify more effective photocatalysts than titanium dioxide for the remediation of dye-laden wastewater. His PhD study focused on a novel approach combining the extent of protonation of alkoxide-based titanium precursors and the unique 4+ oxidation state of cerium to produce ceria titania nanocomposite photocatalysts. The results demonstrated enhanced catalytic efficiencies in the degradation of 2 types of dyes under visible light irradiation, outperforming the plain titanium dioxide. This advancement enables the use of natural sunlight in wastewater treatment, offering a cost-effective and sustainable solution to the water problem. Mr. Mogane, congratulations for take 6.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mashala Mahabo Johanna fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Geography. The title of the thesis is Understanding Land Use and Land Cover Dynamics and Their Effects on the Surface Water Resources at the Taba Catchment in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor T. Dube, co-supervisors Professor K.K. Aisi and Professor M.R. Ramzuli. The co-supervisor, Professor M.R. Ramzuli, would read the citation.
This research provides a comprehensive investigation into the intricate dynamics of land use and land cover changes and their implications for surface water resources in Limpopo, South Africa. Harnessing remote sensing and machine learning algorithms, the study examines land use, land cover shifts over a 31-year period, that's from 1990 to 2021, revealing significant declines in water availability, while shrublands, plantations, and built-up areas expanded markedly. The findings indicate high levels of pollution and underscore the urgent need for adaptive land and water management strategies in semi-arid regions. This work contributes significantly to sustainable water resource management and climate-smart agricultural practices. The thesis produced 6 scientific journal articles, 3 of which are already published in top QI high-impact journals, and 4 local, national, and international conferences. Her research was funded by Water Research Commission. Congratulations, Ms. Mashala.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Malada Mutiti patients fulfill the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Microbiology. The title of the thesis is Application of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, methyl erythritol, phosphate pathway, hemopofs, as screening models for identification of antimicrobial compounds from bioactive medicinal plants extracts. The supervisor, Dr. G.T.M. Mashavela, co-supervisor, Professor T.M. Matsevatlela, and the co-supervisor would read the citation.
In her study, Ms. Malada observed that death caused by tuberculosis or TB infections remains on the rise due to acquisition of multi-drug resistance despite recent efforts to eradicate the disease, resulting in increasing calls for the development of new drugs with novel mechanisms of action. Hence, Ms. Malada investigated the roles played by methyl erythritol phosphate pathway enzymes, ISPG and ISPH, on mycobacterial survival and drug tolerance using TB antibiotics and plant extracts. Ms. Malada studied the vulnerability of TB strains, Mycobacterium smegmatis, ISPG and ISPH enzymes, and Mycobacterium tuberculosis with light B2 CRISPR in the presence of antibiotics, and demonstrated the importance of the methyl erythritol pathway, ISPG, ISPH enzymes on the survival of mycobacteria. The results suggest that the constituents of the tested plant extracts can increase TB sensitivity, with the acetone extract of D. viscosa identified as an extract containing inhibitors of the light B2 enzyme. This study identified drug targets that can eliminate TB drug resistance. Congratulations, Dr. Malada.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Baloyi Mpamela Inus fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Physics. The title of the thesis is Ab initio study of neodymium-based permanent magnets and effect on rare earth element. The supervisor is Professor H.R. Jauke, co-supervisors Professor P.E. Ngwepe and Dr. R.G. Diale. The supervisor, Prof. H.R. Jauke, would read the citation.
Neodymium-based permanent magnets are classified as strong magnets and possesses exceptional properties such as high magnetic field strength and resistance to demagnetization. However, they possess low operating temperatures and poor mechanical properties, displaying brittle behavior which renders or hinders them for their application in various industries. And then as part of mitigating the intense brittleness behavior at elevated temperatures, Mr. Baloyi explored the effect of doping on the anti-doped permanent magnet with selected rare earth elements. The study used density functional theory techniques to evaluate the mechanical and magnetic properties. The results showed that the rare earth elements slightly reduces the magnetic strength and thermodynamic stability. However, enhances the mechanical stability. Terbium or gadolinium enhances the ductility and also the operation temperature, as well as thermal properties, which are then critical for application or enhancing the application in various industries. The thesis produced 4 publications 11 research papers were presented at both national and international conferences, and Mr. Baloyi also won an award for Best PhD Oral Presentation at the National Conference. Congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Makgoba Malesela Walter fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Physics. The title of the thesis is Understanding the Interface Interactions Between Biological Molecules and Precious Metal Nanoparticles. The supervisor is Professor T.E. Musuang, co-supervisors Professor L.M. Shikwibilu and Dr. N. Mhlanga. The supervisor would read the citation.
Precious metal nanoparticles such as gold and silver are revolutionizing nanomedicine, and drugs can be administered. How nanomedicine and drugs can be administered. In biological fluids, protein molecules such as fibrin, fibrinogen, and serial albumin spontaneously interact and get absorbed on precious metal nanoparticle surfaces to form nanoparticle plus protein corona complexes. Mr. Makgoba applied computations and experiments when probing how gold and silver nanoparticles interact to produce gold and silver nanoparticles plus fibrin corona complexes. Computation acquired results suggest that gold 55 and silver 55 plus fibrin are having most energetically stable corona complexes. Radial distribution functions and Millikan charges further validated these results, with gold hydrogen and silver hydrogen bond lengths being most favorable. Diffusion coefficients hint hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen functional groups atoms having good diffusion probabilities onto gold and silver nanospheres. UVVs and FTI spectra confirm the formation of gold and silver nanoparticle plus fibrin coronas. TEM imaging suggests randomly dispersed gold nanoparticles, whereas silver nanoparticles appear as agglomerates of nanoclusters. One international and a number of national and local conferences were presented based on this work. Moreover, one journal article and 2 conference proceedings were also published. Congratulations, Dr. Makgoba.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Molala Hwajana Barnard fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Physics. The title of the thesis is Atomistic Simulation Studies for pentlandite and pentlandite-like systems and density functional theory surface studies of pentlandite doped with platinum group elements, ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, and platinum. The supervisor of the study is Dr. M.A. Mitlape, co-supervisors Professor P.P. Mkondo and Professor P.E. Ngwepe. The supervisor, Dr. M.A. Mitlape, will read the citation.
The Bushveld complex in South Africa is home to the world's largest reserves of platinum group elements, including precious metals such as ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, iridium, osmium, and platinum. Approximately 30% of pentlandite, a major source of these metals, is located in the Mariski Reef, which also contains substantial quantities of base metal sulfides. Given its economic significance, understanding the structural formation and stability of pentlandite has become a key research focus. Mr. Mulala employed computational modeling techniques to investigate the structures of pentlandite and the doped variants with precious metals. By analyzing their thermodynamic, electronic, and mechanical properties, he identified the most stable configurations. Furthermore, he developed interatomic potentials to study the behavior of pentlandite under high temperatures and pressures. His research provides crucial insights into the mineral processing industry, particularly in enhancing the efficiency of recovering precious metals from pentlandite ores. Mr. Mulala's work resulted in 4 publications in DHET accredited journals. Congratulations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Sokombela Azanda fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy, Plant Production. The title of the thesis is Comparative Analysis of Different Mulching Materials on Selected Soil Properties, Growth, Yield, and Quality of Moringa oleifera, L. leaves. Supervisor, Professor R.A. Ndlala. Co-supervisors, Professor M.P. Bopape Mabapa and Dr. K.P. Yasu. The supervisor, Professor Ndlala, will read the citation.
Moringa is an excellent alternative crop for food, nutrition, and security, especially in regions facing malnutrition. Its exceptional nutritional profile makes it a valuable solution for addressing malnutrition and improving health. However, its production can be labor-intensive, leading to higher costs. Addressing these challenges with practical solutions can help improve production. Ms. Sokombela undertook her studies focusing on the evaluation of mulching practices as a sustainable and low-cost agronomic strategy in moringa production, while at the same time addressing widespread food and nutritional insecurity, particularly in rural communities across Africa. The study demonstrated how mulching techniques can enhance soil properties and improve productivity of moringa. This work provides practical insights for smallholder farmers and supports the broader goals of climatic smart agriculture for sustainable food systems in Africa. Ms. Sokombela produced 2 articles for high-impact journals and presented their work at several national conferences. Congratulations, Asanda.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to confer the master's degrees of the university on those graduates whose names appear in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the master's degrees.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Moabelo Kwena Johannes fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Medicine in Internal Medicine. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Medicine in Pediatrics and Child Health. Mushabela Mahlatsi, Virginia. Nkadimeng Tabe Sylvester. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Medicine in Dermatology. Rafumbezani Mugwevo, Karen. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Sibia Queen fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Medicine in Diagnostic Radiology. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Palani Makoma Mary fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Medicine in Psychiatry. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Nursing. Dube Mandifa. Khorane Makhaga Rebecca. Mabusela Prince Sikitla. Machaga Mulatelo Constance. Magwili Agnes Dingwatu. Matlalela Gugu Shalei. Mtlanga Lindiwe Fortunate. Muradima Tumisho Marotlo. Mutlabe Mapulu Diteburo. Muimana Oumaki. Nkapela Rosina. Rabu Pape Lerato. Ragimani Tabo. Seema Reginald. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Ramalepe Tshwarelo Desri fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Pharmacy. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Public Health. Gudwana Tembisa. Lirumo Kangwelo. Mamugali Reneilwe. Masakona Mudindivatu. Mashiru Resi. Masuma Leburang. Mbezi Muneiwa. Sibashe Mujaji. Chivase Chimangazo. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Dietetics. Choshi Nari. Mulapo Manchela. Ramashiza Rendani. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Medical Sciences. Lubisi Rebecca. Magondo Treasure. The degree is to be conferred with cum laude. Malupi Pleasure. Mukavanyedzi Dembe.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Arts. Ntuli Mathemani. Makgoba Dipolelo. The degree is to be conferred cum laude. Maimela Ngwako. Mokwena Rethabile. Mphahlele Rasikele. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Miriri Lufuno fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Arts in African Languages. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Arts in Clinical Psychology. Dolotlo. Netate Grace. Sihlapelo Mamukwena. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Education. Golding Pasika. Komani Rethabile. The degree is to be conferred cum laude. Langa Lerato. Letswalo Matume. Makubele Gezani. The degree is to be conferred cum laude. Malachi Sidutla Tebogo. Mamogale Ramazimele. Mapala Fortune. Maredi Mamutsuni. Matlejane Morokwe. Mukwanasi Nombuisielo. Mukholoboto Matume. Munyela Dipulelo. Mukwabana Tsimangatso. Mulautsi Rolindwa. Ndlovu Lamisile. Nkapele Mokgadi. Palantwa Christopher. Rabure Mahlatsi. Rakobela Kulufelo. Rasibutsa Mutipana. Radingwana Chigufacho. Sekete Khaurelo. The degree is to be conferred cum laude. Shibambe left. Vulahani Mulauli. Nkalanka Mbuso. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Information Studies. Hlungwana Tebatso. Ledwaba Raisibe. Mabute Murakana. Ntsingwane Siyabonga. Poshoko Chigufacho. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Ndou nokuthula, fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Social Work.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Business Administration. Makubele Ndengeza. Matala Daniel. Razilane Mashudu. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Commerce by dissertation. Mama Bolo Dimagacho. Mohano Charlene. Mashiane Teboho. Mabunda Mfundo. Mazivanyika Melody. Mahlare Kutlwana. Maja Buledi. Mapokane Rendani. Molotwana Puti, the degree to be conferred cum laude. Sapa Matsi. Ledwaba Letabo. Mahlangu Ngazimulo. Mahato Koketso. Maribe Takatso. Mashala Puti. Munama Letabo. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Development in Planning and Management. Hlungwane Given. Matiza Mutsei. Murwa Matseke. Swana Mashia. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Development in Planning and Management by dissertation. Maluleke Vusi. Nkwana Isaac. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Laws by dissertation. Mzimba Arnold. UBC Prayer, the degree to be conferred cum laude. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Laws in Development and Management Law. Koza Zanele. Nkalanga Mama. Siboza Promise. Tovakale Ndivo. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Laws in Labor Law. Khosana Lehlohonolo. Lubambo Chantel. Mabitsela Makwena. Madia Letabo. Mangena Jacob Mirwa. Molepo Moses. Mpe Morasha Motlapa. Mashamba Tsebo. Mashau Takalani. Mate Dingani. Mukiti Mulweli. Siabela Di Makatso. Sebupa Tebogo. Shiringane Philemon. Van Rensburg Leonara. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Public Administration and Management. Chauke Mihloti. Letswalo Ramaisela. Mabapa Mulepo. Mailula Petama. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Public Administration and Management by dissertation. Bapela Kahiso. Kalushi Lesedi. Koza Tembi. My nature refilwe. Mama Bulo Kuto. Ramatlale Kanchi. Tabeta Siabonga. Timomola Katutelo Stephen. Hold on.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Agricultural Management in Agricultural Economics. Mudungwa Maria. Mukeseng Palesa. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates fulfill the requirements of the degree Master of Agricultural Management in Agricultural Extension. Malepe Joel. Mongalu Maguru. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates fulfill the requirements of the degree Master of Agricultural Management in Animal Production. Kawa Mudipadi. Khadiji Andile. Make Matlow. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Agricultural Management in Plant Production. Magabe Realeboga. Manamela Juliet, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Matata Rifilwe. Murifi Poshia. Musarurwa Calvin. Setlale Happiness, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science by dissertation. Mashele Mahlatse. Mainecha Koketso. Marema Tabang. Munisi Laura. Nkwana Maureen. Sibei Tubake. Mapake Precious. Muremi Harold. Pasha Mapule, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Seleka Marema, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Tsoke Chweni. Tuka Khomo Mapulane. Mehlape Mosweu. Moila Mahlodi. Palali Amanda. Ramaleva Maluto. Chweni Lehlogonolo. Chweni Tlhogonolofatso. Khwahla Maibela. Lekganyane Mamare. Mabale Katlego, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Magaretse Karabo. Makwela Vanessa. Makoka Fano, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Macheke Melon. Mkanzi Vugosi. Nkwe Wipilo. Ramukhopa Motlacho, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Rakoma Tapelo. Sivoni Muluko. Tevejani Teleki. Chivase Chisampiri. Malapana Ronaldo. Maseko Siusiso, the degree is going to be conferred cum laude. Madugana Matricia. Mohale Masilo. Ntage Mantepeng, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Sekgona Tumi. Tefu Mohali. Makagula Mfundo. Chauke Vukosi, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Masolo Tlawane, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Mueti Ramalevana. Zavala Nontobeko. Malika Sefani. Razuma Murendeni. Hlungwani Colin. Pao Malihu. Shiwuri Ona. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Agricultural Economics. Letwaba Gabo. Leong Mukibelo. Mabote Musiki. Matlala Tsepiso, the degree to be conferred cum laude. Mkanzi Ntlarihani. Mukholoboto Mpo. Morwatsetla Muchachi, the distinction is to be conferred, the degree is to be conferred cum laude. Mphatlele Maremo. Nzwane Mahlogonolo. Shai Juliet. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Agronomy. Mahlangu Nelisiwe. Rapila Mahlogonolo. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Animal Production. Mahopa Lirimu. Mashia Chidi Jovere. Molepo Musima. Ramuata Mpo. Tevele Khoto. Tobeyani Hypatia. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in E-Science. Kosa Thaisani. Komani Malatlani. Matsimbi Kenneth. Morane Naledi. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Letwaba Garisho Florence fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Horticulture. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mpoka Mavatani Edward fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Plant Protection. Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Soil Science. Ndlovu Sharon. Sabela Vusi. Tema Johanna.
Thank you very much. Let's sit down. Madam Chancellor, the choir that has been entertaining us is composed of university students who belong to the St. Agnes Zion Christian Church. We have witnessed that indeed their voices are so exquisite and enticing. And in my observation, I often say that even angels in heaven, such as Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, and Jeremiah, they don't have any choice. They join and sing along. Can we give them a big round of applause? Madam Chancellor, we would like to express our gratitude to you for presiding over this ceremony excellently. And we know that you have a very tight schedule, but you said for the sake of the African child's education, you are going to be here. And that is patriotism in the true sense, because the students who have graduated today are going to serve the country as a whole in various capacities. Madam Chancellor, to you we say, Siyabonga kakhulu. The Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Sishi, who is seated in front there close to the VC, we as an institution and everybody would like to thank you highly for gracing our occasion on behalf of the Minister. And indeed, we don't take your support and guidance for granted. And I think you shall convey good messages to the department and in particular to the Minister that the University of Limpopo is a quality institution. Can we give him a big round of applause? Madam Chancellor, I think it would be amiss if I don't mention our boss here, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mokhalong, who espouses exemplary leadership. Unquestionably, under his leadership, this university has achieved immense progress in teaching and learning, as well as research, as we have seen today. We are grateful that under Professor Mokhalong's stewardship, all students who graduated today would leave this university with quality qualifications that can stand their ground anywhere in the world. And we are sure of this because when these students paraded, the Vice Chancellor was asking them, where are you, where are you, where are you? And some of them mentioned other sister universities where they are continuing with their studies, which means those other institutions admitted our students because they are quality students. But more importantly, our Vice Chancellor espouses Ubuntu in the true sense. Every year he allows destitute students to register for free because he understands the environment from which the majority of African students come. And indeed, some of them graduated today. And all this shows that action speaks louder than words. And as we say in Xitsonga, mintiro yabulabul. Can we give him a big round of applause? Madam Chancellor, a leader at a university level can only be effective if there is adequate guidance and monitoring from Council. In this regard, we thank Council, which today is represented by Mr. Nefolowodwe, who is the chairperson, And fellow members, Ms. Bansi, Advocate Bongo, Ms. Mbani, and Dr. Nukaneng. We thank all of them for their unwavering support. They are our solid foundation because a tree cannot stand without roots. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? A leader can only become an effective leader if he has capable and supportive deputies. Our Vice Chancellor promotes togetherness. Together with his management team, comprising the DVCs, executive deans who are seated in front here, academics, directors of school, professors that have been reading citations, and junior staff members at the level of lecturers and even junior lecturers. We are an effective, strong, and united team because we believe in the Sepedi Northern Sotho proverb that says, "Tau cha hloka sibuka di shitwa ki narihluja." And in this regard, we want to thank all the academics who are in red regalia, and some who are not in red regalia, but they will soon be there. We thank all of them for the good work that they have undertaken in producing quality students. And as I said, who can work anywhere, but we are not encouraging them to leave the country. We want them to stay in the country so that we can achieve much progress as South Africa. But can we thank all these staff members? Madam Chancellor, the power of faith and prayer cannot be underestimated. It is therefore not surprising that because of an effective prayer led by Reverend Professor Muila, this ceremony went so well. Some of us were jittery in the morning thinking that it won't go well. But his prayers intervened on our behalf. And as you have seen, the ceremony went so well because on our behalf, he prayed. And it shows that if God is for us, who can be against us? Loko Xikwembu xi ri kona, swilo swi famba kahle. Can we give him a big round of applause? To Mr. Poto, the SRC President, and Mr. Mabila, the Alumni and Convocation Representative, many thanks to both of you for your inspiring and uplifting messages. Our graduates are empowered to face the world with confidence. And this is very important, I think, for us as an institution. If there is a party and nobody attends your party, then it means there's something wrong with you. And as human beings, we are social beings. We need each other. That is why in isiZulu we say, umuntu ngabantu. We are therefore grateful that we had many guests. The list that we had is so long that one cannot name all of them. Otherwise, I'll read their names until tomorrow in the morning. But we are grateful that we had representatives, apart from Dr. Shishide, from the Department of Higher Education and Training. We also had the special advisor to the minister, Dr. Chitereke, and many other officials from the department. And I learned we also had cabinet ministers, premiers in the form of former Premier Dr. Ngwaku Ramatlhodi and the current Premier of the province, Dr. Ramatuba, Bishop Dr. Lechanyane, of one of the biggest churches in Africa, the Zion Christian Church, and many other members of the clergy. We also have traditional leaders. I saw Kgoshi, Dikgale, and many others, the Kgoshis, which means we are a good institution. I use that term Kgoshis intentionally because I'm a linguist and we are encouraged to create words. So I've created a word at least. We also had among ourselves a very important stakeholder in the country, officials of the South African police services, and the VC and I were highly encouraged to see one of the police officers graduating with a master's in management and law. And when he passed by us, he said, VC and Prof. Madaje, you can see that our police are highly intelligent. Here I am graduating with a master's. And indeed, all the police we know are very intelligent. We also include speakers here of provincial legislatures and many others, as I said, that the list is endless. But to all our guests, and we mean it, all our guests, thank you very much, as you made us feel like a proper family. Liridirile batho. Can we give our guests a big round of applause? Now, to all parents and relatives, I saw some nephews here and nieces to our graduates, sisters and brothers, grandmothers and grandfathers, who paid us a visit because they wanted to come to congratulate their children. And we as an institution, we don't take their support for granted, because without the support of parents, you can hardly achieve anything worthwhile to brag about. And we saw it in practice. Most of the parents were dancing. I saw some in Xitsonga traditional dress, dancing energetically. I even saw Ntate Malahlela also blowing his horn energetically. For those who may not be aware, Ntate Malahlela is highly educated. But it shows that culture and education go together. So can we give a big round of applause to our parents? Well, for all these good arrangements, I have to state it on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Council. We'd also like to thank the Registrar, Professor Masha, and his capable team for a job well done. As you see, those who were here last year might have noticed a great change in the hall. The hall now looks impressive because this is the good work of our officials. Ntate Hatuke and even Ntate Victor Khomeswan. They worked very hard so that indeed, when we say we are a quality institution, we mean it. And indeed, we mean it, as you have seen. I saw many people taking photos of the hall. And those who are on Facebook, I think your pictures are flying around now, trending. Even those in New York and Tokyo are seeing you, that indeed your university is a quality university. I think they deserve a big round of applause. I'm almost done. To our beloved students, we are extremely proud of you because you realize that nothing on this earth, of course, apart from faith, is more important than the acquisition of quality education. And we know I'm also an academic. Your research proposals might have been turned down many times. You might have revised your chapters several times. You might have thought of throwing the towel, but you did not. You persevered. And indeed, today you have graduated. And even when you go onto your streets in your respective locations and suburb, don't be ashamed to dance on the street and say, I'm a qualified doctor. I'm a qualified master of students. And if somebody were to come and ask you, where did you qualify from? What are you going to say? University of Limpopo, because we are not ashamed of our qualifications. But we highly appreciate your being with us because you persevered, as we say in Northern Sotho, malikas mahona, mahona ki mabuya leja. I can see you are as good as I am. But seriously, we as an institution, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors and respective careers. Now, graduates, I know you are senior students. Don't take umbrage when I say you did not achieve this success on your own. You had your parents, you had the academics who traveled along with you in this difficult journey. We therefore request you to stand up. You thank your parents, relatives, your nephews, your uncles at the back there by waving whatever you can wave, and you speak in whatever language. We are a multilingual language. You can say, "Hake ntasunene tatana," or "Rialilibu wakudu papa." Let's stand up and say it. Thank you very much. Because you come from a quality institution, you were taught to persevere. You were taught to persevere, so we are going to request you once again to stand up. You thank the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, Chairperson of Council, and everybody on stage. These are the people who brought you where you are today. So let's stand up and thank them. Thank you. We know it has been a long day, but worth it. And we as the institution, we therefore wish you a safe journey back home. Lisipile habutsi, mi famba kahle, vachimbile zwabuti, ni hambe kahle. Ndiyalibuka.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I hereby dissolve this congregation of the University of Limpopo.
Vivat professores, vivat